Vivi's done. I'm going to show that in a minute. I'm going to let some people filter in. Well, if we're going to have anybody. Because I think it's done. I should say. Be a more appropriate way of putting it. So, you know, but that's big. You know, having the XL one done, that brings me a hell of a lot closer. Some cinematics to do. I gotta refilm all the other stuff so I can send it to the person who would like it. And, you know, I mean, I want to film it, so, you know, I want to get as much footage as I can. That's probably what we're mostly going to be doing today. And really, that's not a probably, that's just an is. Oh, see if anybody jumps in. Give it a minute.
Please move on to...
While we wait for anybody to filter in, I'm gonna go grab a drink. Again, I don't expect anybody necessarily, but I'll give it a minute. Just in case. More Mountain Dew. Hate it. Mountain Dew brought me back to life. My blood. Diet. Diet. Oh. Look at me coming in, so I'm gonna give it another couple seconds and I'm gonna start it. Start it. First we'll do a PvP, we'll do the new one.
The platform, placing bags and loose items in the boxes positioned opposite your seat. Once seated, please pull your lap bar across your waist and then in towards your body. Once again, please pull your lap bar across your waist and pull it down tightly against your body. The bars will be locked shortly.
POV that I'm filming for somebody. They wanted one that doesn't have music on it, and I'm testing how it came out. New reshade 120 FPS. Well, only I can see the 120 FPS. Unfortunately, there's no way to upload that.
Instead of yourself.
I can turn on the music. It's loud, ain't it? There we go. I had to film a new... I lost all my masters anyway, so I needed to make new ones. I lost all my original files. I have the, obviously the park and obviously the YouTube videos and the final cut of the videos, but I lost all my source files. So I needed new ones because I needed ones that did not have music on top of them. So testing out the videos now, just making sure there's no errors or anything like that. So I can, call them final, basically. Yeah. Been streaming this thing in slow motion for the past, while. Me either. Me either. So now we're going to do a direct comparison between the old video and the new video. See how they compare.
Please move onto the platform, placing bags and loose items in the boxes positioned opposite your seat. Once seated, please pull your lap bar across your waist and then in towards
Close enough.
Once again,
So on the left is the new video, on the right is the old video.
tightly against your body. The bars will be locked shortly.
Yeah, it's very minor changes. It's not intended to be like, oh, here's a, remaster or anything like that. No, it's, will I put it online? Eventually in some capacity. But the main purpose of it is I needed a new core, I needed new source files, and if I'm going to put in the work to do that, I figured I'd enhance it for my own means, especially with the 120 FPS and the making use of reshades that didn't exist back then. Now I'm just comparing them side by side to see how, how it lights up. Oh, sorry. Um, 2020. Final version of the park was released in 21. And then I did Aerith and... Zayden released... When did it? I'm not sure. I think I released Zayden early or late 2021, maybe 22. I think it was 21. But, I've had multiple builds of it. But I've been gone from Planet Coaster for a year, too, so, I literally just came back. Thanks. Yeah, that was the last thing I did, and that was, March of last year, so I'm just kind of tuning the band up, getting myself ready to do this again. And part of that for me is kind of remastering some of my video content. Because the thing that, I always try to mention is that this is, even no matter what I'm working on, it's always World of Legends. It's always a continuation of the multi-park concept. So, everything has to be up to date when it comes to making that final video eventually. You don't want to have a park that doesn't have reshade or, it can end up being disjointed. But again, the main purpose of it was I do not like not having my masters when it comes to my videos, not having, because you just never know. You never know when Planet Coaster is going to have a hard time running again. Whatever reason, new drivers, whatever it is, screws everything up, and then you can't get a new POV, and then I'm stuck. So I didn't like that. So I went in and I made a new video, so I have a video just like these, but without the music. Land of the Infinite's an old one. This is Aiden. Infinite's old as hell. That's 2017? Summer of 17? Yeah, World of Legends has Land of the Infinite, Land of Super Zayden, Land of the Mystic, Land of Legends, Land of Aerith, and what the hell did I call the other one? I think I called it Land of the Enchanted. Is one of the older ones I did put in there too. I'm just comparing them side to side, make sure I didn't miss anything, you know, make sure it's good to go and I can compress and get rid of the large 130 gigabyte files I got sitting on my computer right now. Again, most people are not gonna. I mean, it's kind of easy to see the differences, but it's not intended to be like some generational leap above the last one or anything like that. Yeah, I streamed a lot of Building Zayden. I mean, not all of it. I wish I did more. I got to get more. I'm trying to be more consistent. I'm even trying to get to. That's why I'm streaming now. I'm streaming my editing process. You know, everything. So my intent is to basically stream everything going forward. But YouTube will remain the focus at the end of the day. It's the final product. It is what everything is building towards. You know, you can think about it like, even though I don't make a dime on this and I probably never will, that, you know, this is your weekly television. You know, Twitch can be my weekly television, but YouTube's the pay-per-view. So everything's based on that. Ugh. That's the final product. And Steam, but even then, YouTube is even above Steam in terms of my priority list for my work. Yeah, I should be starting something new next week, maybe this weekend, depending on how the editing process goes. I'm not exactly sure what direction I'm taking it, but, you know, I'm going to start a new project. It's coming up soon, that's why I'm back. Where do I start? Hell if I know. Wherever my brain takes me. I'm going to get really stoned. I'm going to go sit in the car, get stoned, and think of what I wish I could ride that I haven't built yet. That's where it starts, actually, now that I think about it. It all starts with me going, what would be cool? And then, you know, we work off of that. And I will say, the first thought is not what would be a cool theme. It's not what would be a cool, you know, Vista or what would be, I mean, that it comes in eventually. But the first thought is usually, what kind of coaster do I want to ride? What do I wish could exist that doesn't because the tech wouldn't allow it? And then, you know, okay, what would be a cool drop on that coaster? Okay, if the drop's like that, what kind of theme are we going to do to complement that drop? And it all kind of evolves from there. What's the land going to look like? It's all built off of the ride experience. Even though you see 750,000 pieces of this thing, the priority is always the ride. Always. So. New video doesn't cut out as early. We'll do that one more time.
Move onto the platform, placing bags and loose items in the boxes positioned opposite your seat. Once seated, please pull your lap bar across your waist and then in towards your body. Once again, please pull your lap bar across your waist.
Hey Furo, what's up? Came in at the perfect time. I'm testing a new POV, seeing if it how it lines up with the old one in terms of quality and everything. You know, error testing before I delete a 130 gigabyte file. Finished it last night by some miracle. On the left is the new one, on the right is the old one. Hey, Shane. Ugh. Yes, left is the new one. You can't see it in the video, but the left is also 120 FPS. So if you do have a 120 FPS monitor, TV, anything like that, I will be putting this on a Google Drive, you know, a public Google Drive, so that people can download that if they want to see what 120 FPS looks like. I can tell you, watching it, you can see the difference. Obviously, you guys aren't gonna be able to see it because of, you know, obviously YouTube or Twitch, no matter which one you're on. Neither of them 200. Oh, this is just video. This is fine. Although I do have the park open in the background. It's probably mad at me. I'm sure. You know, I've kept Zayden. My computer hasn't had to deal with Zayden being open 12 hours a day in a long time. So it's probably a little. It's at least moody with me. I would think. There's a lot. I didn't use any Premiere Pro filters. Well, other than the underwater area, you guys will see what I did there. But on the one on the right, the older one, I artificially brightened it to make it pop more. Where on the left, new one, it's all in-game, and I don't know if you guys can see it because of the resolution or anything, but the clarity is far better on the new one. There's way less blurs in the dark areas. Yeah, I love Reshade. Especially the ambient light effect. The biggest thing that, like, other than, you know, everybody knows the big one with selecting layer and doing the whole that new reshade effect that everybody is doing now with the kind of gives that ray tracing type look to it. But the killer on this one was, you'll notice that the non-light producing lights are producing light. Because I ramped up an ambient light filter, which made everything that looked like a light function like a light. And yeah, I feel that too. I'm glad you see that, because that definitely was a goal. I mean, it's not like some big, massive, drastic difference, but it's not intended to be. I needed a new video. I needed new masters because I lost all. I had a complete inability. So if you look at the World of Legends video that I have, or the Zayden Park tour, none of that footage is separated from the music on it. So I needed all new footage without music on it, because I don't want to not have the ability to produce new video that is, you know, with the audio and all that stuff. So I wanted to make new videos that took advantage of that, so I could have those master files that don't have audio. Because this new video, I also have a version of it without the music, which was like the original purpose. But then I was like, hey, we might as well put a reshade in there. And I was like, oh, you can do 120 FPS. Let's do that too. This is where I think the reshade makes a big difference, on this glow track, where you can literally see the light popping off the track. And a trick you're about to see in just a moment. I have a new way of doing the underwater filter when it's actually supposed to be underwater. Because everything underwater so far was in a tunnel. That's not actually supposed to look like you're underwater. This is right here. New effect. You can see left to right. Yeah, I wanted to make it more obvious. Like, okay, this is different. Some coaster nerds might notice it's very subtle, but it's also why the tracks don't line up perfect. I did do a little modding. I did a little smoothing with the mod. Very minor. Just a few little forward smoothing techniques with the smoothing mod. Just to kind of, you know, make it a little, just a tiny bit more natural with the transitions. That's exactly the idea. The left's the new one, Undead. The left is the new one, so... yeah, right one's the old one. I used a lot of artificial ways to brighten the image, which is why it looks kind of washed out. Where the left one, it's all in-game reshade to make it more vibrant and pop out. Because in the old one, I was struggling to get it to be bright enough that you could see the building, seeing the, like, if you look at the building on the side here, if you look at on the right, I had to artificially pop the contrast so you can see the stuff, but it creates this blur. On the left, that's in-game. That's with the reshade. That's why you can see the details popping without the blurriness and kind of the artifacting that you'll see. You kind of look into the dark areas, you'll see the kind of a blur, where on this one, you're not seeing it. Yeah, that's the biggest change I made. I'll show you guys how I did it. One of the things I love about this new reshade is with the ambient light filter. See, gotta move it off to the side. So I hate how Xing it. I gotta go on track so you guys can see this. Okay, so see, let's go. There we go. So if I turn the ambient light off, these lights do not produce light. They're lightless. They're they're just bright objects. They don't actually create their own light. But with the ambient mod, the ambient light filter, they actually do create light. Which, I love. That was kind of one of the genesis of like, ooh, I like that. Maybe it is worth getting new, completely new files. So yeah, now I gotta do all the other ones, and I'm gonna do one with just the new video. Do one with just the new video, so we can get that in full screen. And then I'm gonna get to shooting some new footage.
Placing bags and loose items in the boxes positioned opposite your seat. Once seated,
yeah, I really like. At first I was like, okay, and I'm probably telling myself this because I didn't want to remake the video, but I didn't think nighttime reshade would be worth it. I was wrong. I was flat wrong. I'm loving what reshade can do at night. What do you? Oh, at the normal speed. At normal speed, this is 7 minutes, just over 7 minutes. Yeah. 3 hours actually. 3 hours. Full screen, you guys will probably be able to see what the reshade really brings to the table even more. I also added some sound effects that nobody will notice but me. Some crowd. I added some noise with the people. Yeah, I was shocked that people watched those streams. Like, legitimately. I just was like, yeah, you know what? I gotta get back to streaming. And then I realized I was shooting a new video. And I was like, Fuck it. Maybe there'll be a couple crazy people who want to watch 3 hours of a slow motion video. And like legitimately a bunch of people are watching. Well, you get a peek of when it, you know, when I do it in the slow mo. The crazy thing was, and that's basically how I design, like the speed that you see going through. Like that's like in my head. That's like if it doesn't look good at that speed, it's not good enough. Which is nuts, but makes sense in my head. After this, I'm going to probably film some cinematics. Maybe. I don't know if I'm going to take the easy way out, because obviously the easy thing to do, like, less work, is to just go start recording the other coasters. But, the hard work to be done is to do the cinematics. The cinematics actually require gameplay. I'm going to try to do it without a dark ride first, but, I'm not going to look to replace all my World of Legends footage yet. Oh, I probably should over the weekend, though. I don't know. I'm not making a new World of Legends video. Or I shouldn't say it that way. I'm not making a new park tour. This is all for somebody who wanted POV footage. But I do want replacement footage because eventually I'm doing a full World of Legends walkthrough. And that's why I am glad that I did it, Undead. Like, to be honest, one of the reasons I am glad I did those streams is it's nice that people got to see those details that, like, I can't post 4,000 screenshots. You know, you get to spend a minute in that, more than that probably, like 20 minutes down in that tunnel right there. Really see every detail. One thing I'm looking forward to, though, is the next project. So this is retrofitted with Reshade, and it looks great. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it don't look great. But my next project's designed with it in mind. Fortunately, the Aerith stuff I'll never have to reshoot, because that already was with Reshade. And it has copyrighted music, and it has copyright-free music anyways. Yeah, that was... It's crazy. I mean, that's why it's been so hard for me to come back, is I open up a map, and I just look at a blank map, and I go, oh, where the hell do I start? Just knowing what the end product looks like. It's like, eventually what happens is I get an idea that I'm excited about, and I stop caring about it being done, and I just want to build. And that's when it starts to click, and that's when I'm off to the races. But when I'm just trying to force it to get myself back into it, it's so overwhelming. Yeah, that's why Zayden took 2,500 hours, Donnie. Is because I have, I mean, it's a double-edged sword in a way, in that part of the reason my work is so detailed is because I'm OCD about every time I go in, it never is done. Like, if it can be better, I'm gonna make it better. Like, to an unhealthy level. But, you know, the results are the results. But what makes it even trickier, Donnie, is that, like, it's like, yeah, this file is done. Sure. Land of Zayden as a file is done. But Land of Zayden is just a section of World of Legends. So anytime I'm in any park of World of Legends, if I do something new and nice, and I'm like, oh, this is nice, this is a good component to World of Legends, well, oh crap, now the other parts of World of Legends need it to make it a congruent concept. I just refuse to touch, like, this is done now. So I'm allowed to do stuff, like let's say I want to, for whatever reason, alter a ride before next POV. The rule now is it cannot affect this POV. It can't affect a single vista within this POV, because then I'd have to redo it. And I might. I'm considering it, throwing a twist into one of the ancillary rides. It might be tiny, tiny, tiny roller coaster nerd level. Oh look, the corkscrew goes the other way and does a helix before it comes into that kind of thing. I don't know, and I'm not promising anything. I might do nothing new. I don't know. Okay, so let's get back to work. I'm happy with the video. And let's see here. So, like, if I was going to alter one of these, let's put some music on. If I'm going to alter one of these rides, it would have to be a ride that you never see that area. Which I don't think this is going to be the case. Honestly, I'm pretty sure okay, you know what I need to do right now? I need to empty the park. Oh, wait, no I don't, because we might do some filming. Leave it as is. I ain't changed anything on XL. That is over. Like, no. I was really, anybody who's done filming, like, crazy, like, Bear will tell you. You know, you go through the cheat engine process, the editing process, like, the original video took, like, 40 takes back when I did it. I was lucky to get it done as quickly as I did. I'm done. I'm done touching anything that any corner that video I just played showed might as well be locked in place. I'm not touching it. But what I will allow myself is, let's say, oh, I want to do something in here or whatever, and I haven't shot any new footage in here. Well, then that's allowed. Like, I did make one slight change based on some feedback. Batch did his little video, and he went in here, he's like, this room's huge! Well, I made it smaller. I got rid of half the pathing in here and just made it a much smaller room. Things like that I will allow myself to do. You know, very small touches. Although I actually think that this is actually the stuff that when I do the new footage for the park tour, this will actually be almost even a bigger difference, just because these ground level reshade shots that's where this new reshade really pops off and goes nuts. Is these guest perspective. I would like to get more shots in here in this area. I don't really feel like the Zayden video itself. And again, when I do the new video, it's gonna be a new pathway. I want it to feel unique to. And I don't know how I do it, because really there's only one entry and one exit from this park. Some of the other parks have multiple entries. I mean, multiple World of Legends exits, but right now the only connected, and I haven't updated it yet, I gotta fix that. It's not Land of the Mystic over here. It's actually Land of the Aerith here now. I gotta fix that. But, that's the only way in right now. And I don't really see, when I look at my map, any way to connect anything else. So, but I would like to, because what would be nice is if I could, let's say you're doing a video and you're in Aerith, and then you go to Land of the Mystic, and then when you come back into Zayden for a ride, instead of doing every ride in Zayden, every ride in Aerith, you can kind of walk from one part to the next to really sell that this is one park, not 5 files that we're fading in and out of. So what I'm doing now is just kind of I'm probably just gonna do a slow-mo film next. That's probably what I'm gonna end up doing, because I don't know if I have time to really dig in right now. I mean, I will tonight, that's for sure. If I was going to alter anything, it would probably be Ellie's Escape, because it has more natural directions that I could take it if and again, super unlikely. Do not count on this. If you're like, oh my god, he's gonna do more, it's not very likely. What is likely is fixing shit like this. Nah, fuck it, I ain't touching that. What is more likely is like looking at pathways and going, oh, I could fit an entry to. Hold on, I'm gonna show you guys what I'm talking about. Pull up a map. Now, one thing I will say, everybody's, most of you guys have probably seen the World of Legends map. I've linked that screenshot more times than any of you probably wanted me to. But this is the status quo of World of Legends. This is how everything connects right now. Always subject to change until I release the final World of Legends Park Tour. Everything's subject to change. But currently this is the canon for how it's connected. So, and again, this is separated by a river, so there's really, because this building, there's no park. If you look at this park, Infinite is technically next to Zayden Tower. I don't have a name for it. I'll come up with a better name. But, so technically Infinite would be over here. But this isn't park, so there's no real way to connect to that. This is not, there's nothing over here. All the park is here. The park here, technically behind the station, I could go over here and make a pathway into Enchanted, but Land of the Enchanted is that's one of those subject to change, might not be their areas. That's why I haven't committed to that. The one things that I'm pretty solid on, okay, that's where they are, is this right here. This is the video, if that one that I had on private, but some people have seen now because I put it off private for now. This is the pathway I have that's like, okay, that is for sure. And I guess, and this, because Aerith has the pathway into here, so this is canon right now. This, I think, is where it's going, but is subject to change, especially being, I don't know where the new one's going yet. Oh yeah, Infinite is tiny, and this is all to scale. I put painstaking effort into making sure that it was to scale. Like, even that, I mean, this is Blueheim over here. Look, that's the difference. Photoshop. Wasn't too hard, to be honest. I took each park, I took a big picture of each park, as big as I could, and kept it as detailed as I could. At like 4K, really as detailed as I could get it. Cut off the edges of it, and just found ways to meld them together. And then in-game itself, I tried to, figure out how they would connect and build pathways to make that work. But what I really want to do is when I'm able to do the full park tour, what I would rather do is, let's say we're over here. We are, in this area. Now, one easy way to do this, and I'm kind of annoyed that I got rid of it, to be honest, but I can't bring it back into Parkview because I don't want to refilm anything. But I used to have a monorail in here, which obviously makes a lot of sense. But I ended up getting rid of it for technical reasons. But that's the only way I can really think of to do a new transition. Like right now, the only transition from Infinite to something else is this way to Aerith. You guys have seen the Aerith. This isn't, again, not up to date, but you've got, most of you've probably seen. Let me show you the video. Pull up the clip I'm talking about. Actually, I'll use the original. Show you guys what I'm talking about. Some of you probably know, but I'm going to show you anyways. So where is it? Here we go. So I'm not going to play the whole thing. I'm just showing you this specific part. So here's the transition. So here, this is the canon transition right now. And I don't think this part's changing. I'd rather not change it, to be honest. I like the way this works. It's freaking so much easier to do that in, in editing. I don't want to wait 40 seconds of going through here. But these shots I actually think will look a lot better with Reshade when I do them. But again, I'm not making a new like Zayden Park tour. What I will be doing with the Tigron is, if you guys have seen, my old Blueheim videos, some of the Land of the Infinite, the ones I did with that, where it's, Tigron, some cinematics before it, some cinematics after it, really around just XL about that ride. I'm probably going to do that for whatever, because I got to do something with this new video other than hand it over to Johnny so he can spotlight. So, you know, I will get a video out of it. And eventually it will be part of the full-on World of Legends video. But that transition is the canon. You know, go right into Land of Aerith from here. And then from Land of Aerith, so the Biddy Park, this is what I added after the mini park contest. So this area was just a wall with a monitor. I added all of this to make the map work. So you come out through here, and then Land of Mystic is over here, and a new potential park is over here, off of World of Legends. I mean, off of Aerith. Even I lose track of this shit. So then it comes in through here, and you know, all the underwater areas, and that's kind of where I'm at now. But I only have one way in and one way out of this section right now, and it would be cool to find a way to do that that wouldn't interfere with anything else. I'm not exactly sure how I do that. I mean, there's also the option of doing a scenery-based transport ride, which is like, it's not necessarily functional. It's like, you know, you go into a room and it's a monorail that just goes off into nothingness, and then I do it in another file and it continues. You know, that's another way I could do it, which wouldn't interfere with anything. But these are the things I'm considering now, because A, I got the park open and it takes 40 minutes to load this son of a bitch. And two, because this is before I do new full videos, when that eventual World of Legends video or whatever it is, I need to have those things in place. So, you know, but like an easy example, although this isn't as easy as you think, because I'm finicky about things, and Tigran is right up there. So if I did something over here, it would have to, you know, maybe I could put it under here. I haven't filmed this one yet. So if I do this POV, let's say I'm doing this POV again for Johnny, because I got to reshoot them all without music, so he doesn't have the copyright stuff. Well, then if I'm going to put a tram ride and it's going to be here, I got to do that before I do that POV. And that's the stuff I'm keeping in mind. It's not the Tigran stuff, but all the other stuff and what its POVs show you. Because I could easily put, you know, I'm not saying easily, but it's possible. I could put a tram ride here that is just basically scenery. It goes down and just goes down through there, and you pop up in the Land of Legends, you know, something like that. And that's the stuff I'm trying to kind of wander around the park and figure out how I want to do it. I don't think I'm going to do that, because I spent about 100 hours figuring out how to do that and decided not to. So I have to imagine that was for a reason. Connections like this, or I wish, like, I don't know. This is why I really do. He sounds like he's going to do a spotlight, but there's little things like this that, like, never got noticed, honestly, that I spent so much time on. Like the fact that this is all, you know, this section of the park is just open right here. You can go straight down, that kind of thing. It's kind of layered stuff. Like if you're actually in the park, you would notice this. If you're actually coming here, you'd be like, oh, that section's down there. That's cool. But it never gets really seen. What is that? Oh, no, that's the line that threw me off for a second. I put the disclaimer on these things because I know a lot of people are tired of seeing me work on the same thing over and over again. But, you know, I have my, you know, I don't have OCD, but god damn it, does hyperfixation act like it sometimes. But, these are just things that, because I have to do these new videos and I want to get them done because I want to move on, anything that needs to be changed for the purposes of World of Legends, I have to decide on now. And, you know, stick to it. So one of the things I'm trying to brainstorm in my head right now is I'm going to listen to some Xenoblade music, because that's what I'm doing next. Won't fit what I'm doing, but it's going to inspire me, I think. That's cool. I'm glad the more people can understand, get an idea of this concept, because it is hard to explain, and it will be hard to really show until it's kind of done, but it could be years from now. Honestly, Undead, I actually prefer. I mean, if he asked me would I do it, yeah, I do that for the community. But I enjoy just seeing his impression raw as the video comes out. Seeing that reaction. I mean, he was able to run Bears Park, so if he can run Bears Park, he can run this, because Aldemore runs worse. That's been proven a few times now. So that's what I'm doing is he showed interest in going actually, because he's never actually gone into the park to look around. He has shown interest in wanting to go and look around the park, but he wants some POVs from me, obviously, because even I, in this computer, I am not trying to show this. I ain't writing any of these POVs in the park. Yeah. B3R, however you want to say it. His park runs worse. It's because his is 250 pieces, 1,000 pieces less. But why mine runs better is, for instance, when you're here, the underwater stuff isn't fully rendering. The top of that isn't fully rendering. There's a lot of stuff that isn't rendering at all times. But that's not the point. Point is, he can probably run the park okay, just walking around. And again, I have 5,000 guests in here. He doesn't need to do that either. The only reason I'm keeping these guests in right now is so that I can, in fact, you know what? Let's empty the park, because even if I do new stuff, it's going to be completely different. It's going to be a completely different way of doing it. The other park. I'm going to check something. I hope I'm wrong. I think I'm wrong, because I remember... Okay, yeah, I'm wrong, because I see the ride running. Okay. Thank God. That scared me for a second. Yeah, have a great day. Thank you for stopping by. Empty out the park so we get some, a little bit of better performance in here and save the file. I gotta get a up-to-date save that doesn't have 5,000 guests in it. Other rides that would be cool to expand would be the, this ride. Again, I don't think I'm gonna do that though. This is a urge I always have. So what I do need is new footage. Let it empty. Empty the park. Empty the park, kid. Come out. And yeah, it would be nice, I would love for Johnny to go into the park and look around, also just for the mere fact that you really can't understand the scope of this thing unless you're in it, just because of the absurd size of it. Oh, you guys might find this funny. I'm gonna show you something funny. I thought this was funny to watch. Just me. So the audio track I did is also a POV. I thought it was funny to watch this ride. Pause this for a second. Let's watch the POV without scenery. So you can see how absurd this thing looks without scenery. Why not? Oh, this isn't the one, is it? I think this is funny to see without the scenery. So this is what it would look like if I had no scenery. This is how I get the audio recording for the track itself. I'll do Moomin's contest on steroids and have you guys retheme this. Good luck. Isn't it? No, this is new. This is technically speaking, this is new. Because I had this is one of the annoying things, as this is one of the last steps that I had to adjust to, was I had completely forgotten to when I do a new audio track, I have to, because if I do any smoothering alterations whatsoever, I have to go in and I have to do a new track, so that I actually updated it and brought it into it again. Yeah, 2 months. That 2 months will put people in the hospital if that's what the amount of time I give them. And I need to up those numbers. Yeah, hell no. This is why I always tell people, like, because they'll show me a track without scenery and be like, "Does this work?" I don't know. You gotta theme it. I mean, this does not look like it makes any sense when you see it like this. Oh, I thought about it, but honestly, I need to get my the ground under me again, so to speak. I haven't done much in Planko in forever, and I need to warm myself up, get back into the groove of things, and the way I do that is at my own pace, playing around with a new file. You know what I mean? I'm not ready for a contest right now. And it's not about, winning or anything like that. Well, that's a lie. It sort of is. But mostly it's, if I am not ready to build something that I'm happy with, I'm not releasing it. And it's going to be a while before I'm ready for that. Yeah, I mean, I'll do deadlines if I'm satisfied with where I'm at in Planko, and it's, okay, I just did something fun, I just released a big project, and why the hell not? But not when I haven't done anything in almost a year. Like, no, that thing I'm taking my time with. This would be a nice concept to play with. I'm never doing a max height, but if anybody else did a max height, you cut off it up in this area and you show those mountains back there like that, like this shot, oh, you could do something with that. There's a couple people who are claiming they're going to do this. B3R is claiming he's going to do a max height. Good luck. This is the hardest thing about designing these max heights too, is that when I do, before I went to these stratospheric levels of heights, you mostly work within the limits of the scenery. So you can do an 800-foot drop and keep it within landscaping. What you can do, because you can go 400 feet underground, you can go 400 feet overground with the landscaping tool. And it's easy to kind of storyboard around that. What's difficult is when you go above that and you kind of have to start picturing in your head, okay, how am I going to theme this area to make this make sense? Always. Stats in the ride? Pause it and we'll go back to riding it. Oh, that's a video. Give me a second. I completely forgot it wasn't in-game. ADD for the win. These are the stats for the ride. It's not green across the board because the nausea is not high enough. I find that to be hilarious. Now, here's the one I'm really proud about, though. See, not a world record. I'm not sure. I've heard mixed things about negative G records. Personally, I exaggerate them slightly because I feel it's more cinematic. You know, if you just do realistic G-force levels, it can kind of look boring, a little floaty, not even floaty necessarily. But everything else is within the bounds of, you know, I keep the laterals way down, verticals under 6. You know, yeah, the negatives, if anything, then maybe they're a half over what you normally do, but I do that for cinematic reasons. But yeah, obviously these are the ones that stick out. 284 miles an hour, 3,500 feet tall. I gotta fool the camera so I can show the. You actually have to like glitch the camera to show the whole thing. I love. It's hilarious to me. Come on. Man, stop. I have to go in the, I think I have to go to the corner. Yeah, it's open. Man, let me get the whole thing in frame. Why is it doing this to me? There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. It's letting me do it. There we go. Like, that's the whole map. One of my favorite little factoids about it is if you look at the height of it, if you look at that line compared to that line, it's almost twice as, I think it's twice as tall as the map is wide. It's amazing to me that Frontier even let me build that high. And the funny thing is, it wasn't always like that. It used to be 1,100 feet was the top drop you could possibly do. So that was, and that was 700 feet above ground too, above base level. They upped it all the way up to the 3,500 foot drop when they did the scenario editor. I'm like, who else would you do that for? I'm like the only person, and I was the only person who had even gone to that height yet. So I was like, wow, okay, that's cool. Apparently, it's really high in Zoo too, from what I've been told. Mad bastard. It sounds about right. Sounds about right. The stuff that was really silly, and I mean, I'd do it again, but it's still silly, is that I spent like, you know, hours and hours on like areas like this, over in these corners that like you see for like a quarter of a second, not even. And I was like, why did I do that? What was the point? To an extent, because if I turn the camera around, it's like, oh, there is more empty space. And that's why I always advise anybody who's doing this. Always, 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 always This is the view you should be designing from. If you are building an exploration coaster, a movie coaster, a storytelling coaster, you name it. Track perspective. Path perspective. As much as possible. You go like here, okay, what is this like? Okay, let's make that. Let's move forward, we'll work over here. Let's move forward, we'll work over here. That, in my opinion, that is the, easily the best way to do it. And I don't think it's relatively close either. Thank God for these little bubbles. He saved me. This is why the old Tigron didn't work, is because I had no way of doing it. Because the bubble effect doesn't work at night. So I had to find some way of simulating it. And I found those little globes. And they made all the difference. They're also why this park performs like ass. Because there's like thousands and thousands of them. Well, there's a lot of reasons the park performs like ass, but that's one of the big ones. As you can see, like, you can kind of see them. And this is the reshade, by the way. Without the reshade, I mean, in fact, I'm curious. I want to test that theory. So you can see the bubbles here. If I turn the reshade off... Oh, you can still see them. It's just you really can't see them at full speed. And that remains true. So, when you're coming through here... And it is 6 o'clock, so that's probably why you can see them. But when you get further down, the light's gone. Yeah, you can't see them. Get out of there. Well, is the park empty yet? Still, come on. One of the ones I would have maybe done a little different. If I ever, this is the one I might go back to. This whole launched, this ride, the launch flume ride, is I would have maybe themed this area a little bit. But again, it's in the POV, so it's off limits now. Maybe make this launch seem a bit more obvious, but whatever. I was running up against the wall when it came to performance. The park. And then save it, and, Yeah, Tommy T really takes that concept to the max. He does everything from POV, and he does one ride. The reason it gets kind of out of hand with me sometimes is so his idea, his concept is do as little theming as needed to sell the point, because most people aren't going to pay enough attention to see things, in slow motion. They're just seeing it at 100 miles an hour. And it's just a ride, so you only have to worry about the perspective of the POV of the ride. The level I take that to is I kind of take the same approach to an extent, but part of my POVs is not only every single ride, but every single path. If there is an angle that a pathway allows you to see, if you can see it from a path and any angle while you're walking through the park, it needs to be detailed and done. It started spiraling into insanity because the more coasters you add, the more it's like, oh, now I have to theme that corner. Now I have to theme that corner. Now I have to theme that corner. Tommy used to do some crazy, like, insane detailed stuff, and I don't blame him. It's better for the algorithm. It is. It is better for the algorithm to make a coaster every couple weeks, coaster a week, coaster a month, whatever, and just do an amount of theming that most people can't tell the difference between what I'm doing or what he's doing in that 2 weeks. I get it. It makes sense. But I can't do that. I'm way too OCD to do that. Yep. So, the way I do it, to kind of justify it, is that, I take that approach to every pathway, every queue, every, ride you can possibly ride. Yes, he does a lot of post-production too. He doesn't really care about the Steam end of it. I like everything I do to be functional, and that goes back to Roller Coaster Tycoon 1, to be honest, is even though YouTube is my final product, I also want every single... Because you guys saw the World of Legends thing. That is something... I want that to be something that functions. That you can open up the files and be like, oh, this is working. This is a working park. The guests ride the rides. It economically can function to an extent. Giant rides aren't the most profitable in Sim, but you can screw the AI enough to make it work. I like everything I do to be functionally sound and to, you know, if spotlit like an old school Channel 5 spotlight, to not be like, oh, well, look at this empty area over here. Like, you know, you go through these pathways, it's going to be difficult for you to find something that I was like, I ignored. An angle that's like, oh, you didn't do anything over there. At least on this one. And it's been an evolution. You know, I started making those leaps around Infinite X where I started to really put the emphasis on that kind of thing. Okay, park empty yet? No, let's finish emptying the park. Put it out there too, just so that things don't get mixed. Johnny has not confirmed that he's doing a spotlight of the park or anything like that. He simply inquired whether I would be willing to make some new POVs, and that maybe he'd be able to go in the park because of, you know, discoveries about how he was able to run bears. In no way is that a confirmed thing. I would love it. It would be cool. I'd highly appreciate it. However, it is speculation right now. Just gonna throw that out there. I think it's gonna happen, but I don't want like it to become like a, you know, oh, Calcian said that you're gonna do it and you're not, you know, nothing like that. I don't want that out there. I don't want to put that out into the cosmos. Yeah, I mean, you know, and again, I'm more than happy with the reception that I've had with this park. You know, obviously, the amount of best ever comments I got blew my mind. And, you know, but on a personal level, I've always enjoyed Johnny Spotlights of my work and, you know, how he feels being in the park and that sort of thing. And while, you know, he did do the watching my video on, you know, on stream or anything, it, you know, it is that one of those things in my head that's like, oh, it would have been cool if I got that big spot, you know, the normal kind of spotlight concept. So if he does do that, that would be really cool. It sounds like he's going to, but like it's not like, oh my god, I can't, you know, I'm gonna be so mad. No, it'd be cool. Why is it taking? I must have some ride open or something. Yep, knew it. Anytime you have a situation like that where it's like, why is there still guests in here? I'm actually curious how I think this might look cool with the reshade too because of these glowing purple lights, which is like the whole ride. This might be a fun one. Oops. God, I wish they had a programmable camera. It'd be so much easier than trying to build a dark ride to go through this. You just, you know, let me program a line. It goes through, you know, like a scenery line that I can just drag a camera through. Basically the way the dark ride works without the ride. You know, I always tell people, like, first of all, we all start somewhere. And, you know, that is important to remember. But it's also a matter of, you don't need to build something this nuts. That's no way necessary. We all play this game to have fun. We all play this game to just build what we wish could exist or what we think is cool or whatever it is. And, you know, that's plenty on its own. That being said, I don't necessarily like the idea of I couldn't do that either. I disagree. I think if you want to put in the kind of insane, unhealthy, life messing up time that I put into this, you want to commit yourself to that kind of thing, if you are artistic and you have a vision, you can learn how to make pretty buildings and nice layouts. That is a learnable talent. It is not something that's intrinsic. You do have to be creative. If you're not a creative person, I can't help you. But, like, there is no, like, I could never. I don't want to spend that amount of time, and for most people, that's probably a good thing. But, like, there's absolutely no need for people to be like, oh, I need to, you know, oh, you know, look at me. I'm, you know, I could never do a Galcian's building. Well, that's probably a good thing because like you have a you probably have a lot healthier game life balance than I do. Because I jump between not playing this game at all because, I've like gained 20 pounds from playing it to, oh, now I'm playing it 12 hours a day for 6 months. And then I do that with WoW, and I do that with the gym. I do that with everything. And that's why this kind of thing happens, is because I just no life it. I purely no life it. I know there's a perception out there that I build fast. I do not build fast. I just build a lot. When I play a stupid amount. Like an absolutely absurd, makes no sense, what were you thinking amount. Like that's the level that I play. The amount that I play. Save here. Before we do anything more, I'm going to save right here. This is going to take like 20 minutes. This is the scariest part about working in Zayden. By far, I lost 500 hours or so due to this alone. I cannot have autosave on. Cannot. I haven't been able to have autosave on since hour 1000 or 50 or so. Because autosave will crash it. So I have to manually save. And this is super fast compared to normal. This was taking 20 minutes sometimes. 10, 15, 20 minutes. Just to get this menu to pop up. I'm actually kind of shocked that it did it that quickly. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Undead. And that's fine. Like do I love the challenge of a B3R coming into my arena and being like, oh, dude, I'm gonna make a max height. I'm gonna spend 1,000 hours on this. I'm gonna spend 1,500. Yes, yes, it motivates me because there is that ultra competitive person inside of me that's like, this is your brand. You need to be the best at it. And it motivates me, and that's one of the reasons oftentimes I get lured back into this game. I swear Johnny knows it too. I can't tell you how many times I've seen a spotlight where it's like I've been gone for a while, and he's like, oh, I wonder if Galcian could still do this. Does he still have it? And it just baits me back. Which I need sometimes, so I'm okay with it. But, like, at the end of the day, like, that's not for everybody, and it shouldn't be for everybody. Like, it's perfectly fine. And you know what? I've not collabed in the traditional sense, but, there's a lot of people that I've worked with who, they end up, they do blueprints, and I end up, like, some of the Coral in this is from Ohana. She ain't making these mega parks. I love her work. Her work's it brings a lot of this stuff to life. These, where are them? I don't know if I have any in this specific one. But she has a lot of, oh, here's some of them. Like, for instance, the light coral over here that I did. These ones. This was a orange piece of coral reef that the only alteration I made to it is I made a bunch of different colors of them. But underneath each, this is going to take a minute. See, this is why I don't build in it anymore. I put little lights in every part of it. Yes, there is an aspect of like, and this is where I don't want people to get mixed up either. When I see somebody do something, claim, Bears, I'm going to make a max site. I'm not rooting against him. I'm not like, I hope it's trash so I can stay the best. No, I want him to kick my ass. Because I want to then have to beat it again. Like, I enjoy that arms race. Like, that's fun to me. Like, very fun. Although, yeah, that the way of putting it, like, bring it. Yeah, yes, that is fundamentally me. But again, I'm not like that towards everybody. It's not like, you make a 50-hour, 40,000 piece exploration coaster. I evaluate it based on the fact that it's a 50-hour, 40,000 piece exploration coaster, not a 2,500-hour no life extravaganza. Like, those are different subjects, and that's fine. I wish I had, the mentality that would keep me motivated to do, smaller builds that don't take as long. It's just my brain don't work that way. By the time I'm excited enough to play Planet Coaster, even if I start small, Hyperfiction eventually kicks in, and it spirals and spirals and spirals and becomes something nuts. Oh my god. If I could, like, have this game optimized, I would just build again until it's not optimized anymore. To be honest, that's what would happen. Like, I'd love to be like, no, dude, if I had an optimized Planet Coaster, I would just let my parks run smooth and bring it to 60 FPS and stop. But there ain't a damn person in the stream right now who doesn't know that's a lie. I would just build until it's 10 FPS again. It would be nice, though, if they could take advantage of new graphics cards. Like, I went from a 1080 Ti to a 3080 Ti on my last upgrade, and that was in this park. Like, it happened during the creation of this park, and I got like 2 FPS or something like that off the upgrade. A lot of stability, mind you, but at the end of the day, you know, not a ton of performance. Oh boy. Let me take a look at this one and see if I see potential for. Let's see if I see potential for anything. I am gonna ride this in shit FPS just to get an idea of what I could, if I want to change anything. It's extremely doubtful. It's like, I had that thought running in my head a few hours ago. I had been talking about it, but I also just tried to remove one coral piece off of a scenery group, and it took like 5 seconds to load. So I'm quickly reminded of why I'm probably not going to touch anything other than just refilming. Honestly, the best thing Frontier could do with Planet Coaster 2 is have it be RCT2. Is have it be to, like, my perfect Planet Coaster 2 is the exact difference between Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 and Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Same concept, the same principles, the same options, just expanded and better optimized. You know, give me a weather system, you know, give me better management tools, give me new ways of using scenery, give me, you know, new rides, RMC launch coaster, simple, not completely, you're not 2 to 3, 1 to 2. Because if you get into, in my opinion, if they do the 2 to 3 and they try to, like, redefine what park sims are, our community probably not going to fare off well on that deal. Just my opinion. I think if that's what happens, that what we're really looking at is a game far more geared towards console, which I get it. For them, business-wise, that makes sense. You're looking at a game that's far more about the sim and management side of the game. Again, I get it. But for me personally, I want creative tools. Like, I don't care about what's best for business. I care what's best for me. What I want is more creative tools, and the best case for me to get that is for them to kind of stick to the formula, expand off of it, and optimize it. So that's what I'm hoping we get with Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 is more of the same, just more optimized and expanded upon a bit. But I also think it's going to be a while. All the leaks coming out. Again, as a wrestling fan, I'm a pro wrestling fan, big pro wrestling fan. One thing you learn really quickly is to not believe leaks, because they're usually BS by people just looking to find, you know, they're just people looking for attention. So I don't necessarily buy into any of the false hype about what's going on behind the scenes necessarily. That being said, I've been saying forever that I don't expect Planet Coaster 2 until early 2025 at the earliest. I do also kind of find it inevitable. I mean, maybe they're not working on it yet, you know, whatever. Maybe they, you know, working on it with a small team and it's not a focus right now, whatever it is. Eventually, they're going to make a new Planet Coaster game, and if they don't, somebody else will make a spiritual successor. That's just always been the case. There's always room for a company to make money off of coaster fans and roller coaster nerds. And, you know, there's enough room for one. There's not enough room for a bunch of them, but there's always room for one. But I expect it eventually. I do. But I'm also not in some, like, gargantuan rush. It would be nice, yeah. Would I be excited if we got a... You know, E3's not really a thing anymore, but I'm 37. I'm old. In my day, E3 was a big deal. If, you know, if I got an E3 announcement of a Planet Coaster 2 coming out this Christmas, I would lose my shit just like all of you. I'm not holding my breath, though. Yes, I am married. I've been married for 14 years. My wife is... I can't build this without my wife's support, to be honest. No way. If she makes it possible for a 37-year-old dude to spend 12 hours a day building roller coasters, you know, when I'm doing it. The same with the stuff I've done. Wow, the rank 14 grind, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it is. It's really nice. Yeah. She lets me plan all our vacations around roller coaster trips. You know, I never have to go to some tropical beach somewhere. I get to go to Cedar Point for a week, which is where I'm going this summer. Thank God, I haven't gone to a good park since 2019. I need it. That's another part of the reason, I will say, and I'm hoping this isn't a barrier, but this has always been one of my fears coming back to Planet Coaster is, generally speaking, my best ideas happen right after a coaster trip. And my home park is Six Flags New England, but I don't go to it as often as you would think a home park. Like, so my childhood home park is really more Busch Gardens Williamsburg than anything. Because I grew up on Busch Gardens Williamsburg because when I was a kid, that's when I went to parks was on vacation, not just randomly in the summer. So that was what I grew up on. You know, the skyscape of me as a 7-year-old, 6-year-old kid going, oh, I can't wait till I'm tall enough. You know, that was Busch Gardens, not Six Flags, not well Riverside when I was a kid. Now I go there, you know, I mean, I might go there once a year or something like that. But I mean, honestly, I go to Six Flags New Jersey typically more than I go to Six Flags New England. But my go-to is no, no, she doesn't. To be honest, that's I'm not gonna get into that, but let's just say that's how do I explain that one? What's the word I can use? Her idea. I don't want to say too much. You know, I'll leave it there. Wormy. It's always, and again, it's nothing, you know, nothing crazy or anything like that. But like that's just always been the way it's been. You know, everybody can have their own. You know, we have very clear communication on what our boundaries are and that sort of thing. And rest assured, I'm not crossing any of them. I'm not going to get into the details of that, or that's art between us. But needless to say, that's always been a non-issue. No, it's fine. That's fine. But that's there's no like sneakiness or anything like that. It's just we're both gym rats. We both love to go to the gym. We love to work out, that kind of thing. So just have a different perspective on that sort of thing. You know what I mean? To be honest, she points them out more than I do. But I'm gonna leave it there before I say anything stupid. Okay, I think this will work good for. I think this is where we're gonna go next. Let's bring people back into the park. What time is it? 2:41 is a good time to start it. Oh, I gotta figure out what speed I'm gonna do this one at because this one's actually it's a shorter ride, so it's actually kind of harder in a weird way. Because like I can't come back downstairs for another 3 hours when it's. Well, I mean I can jump down here for a minute, but okay. Well, how are we gonna do this? 80. Open the park. First, we're gonna just pull off. We'll open Jetmoto. We'll open Ellie's Escape. We'll open. Where's the other one? ATF wheel. One more over there that will pull people over there. How's it called? Why can't I remember what the hell they called it? Oh, closed circuit. We'll open those ones up. Uh-oh. Oh. That scared me for a second. No, dude, don't worry about it, Wormy. No, it's not rude or anything like that. I'm just being careful with the way I say things, you know. I'll talk about me all you want, like all we want, like that's fine. You know, I'm open book in most ways, but like I do have a family, so I just got to make sure that I check myself and don't say anything that I don't know if she wants out in the cosmos. You know what I'm saying? I'm not offended though. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Needless to say, everything's good in that area. You know, I have a great marriage, and everything that you might find looking at my social media links, she is well aware of, and you know, if anything, pushing me in that direction more than even I would normally go. Left to my own ambition, and that's where I'm going to leave it. I also have ADHD. That's why I'm like constantly rechecking because I will rant and rant and rant without even thinking about it. It's more, it's that if you're hearing like a discomfort in my voice or anything like that, it's that. I'm self-checking. If that makes any sense. Park fill up a little bit. Probably let it get to maybe 2,000. Then we'll open everything else up. What I want to do right now, the main point of this is I'm sending all the guests to the line of Ellie's Escape. I want to get the queue kind of filled up a bit so that when I film, it's all in there. To be honest, I might actually close it out. It's not the stream yet. I might read the coast one more time before we jump off, but I'm getting some pretty, well, let's see here actually. Shouldn't just assume that. Yeah, this is feeling a little laggier than it needs to be. So I might close it out and reload it, and then come back and do recording, start my recordings a little later. I'll be back on at 6 too. So my stream will be ending at, I don't want to though. I kind of want to start a recording. I want to see, I'm going to let this play out, see where I can go, because if I can get a good recording out of this. I don't know why it does this, but like you'll see I have this thing up. It'll do this NA thing, or it won't show me the FPS for some reason. Oh, and sorry, Donnie, I didn't see your comments up there. Yeah, that's my stomping ground. You know, I come in through. I'll start up in the Boston area. Obviously, you know, I live around Boston, and we'll scoot down. We'll go to Six Flags New England. We'll do Lake Compounds, kind of like a one-day thing. From there, we'll hop down to Dorney Park, activate our Cedar Fair passes if we're doing that. You know, then we'll go over to maybe we'll start at Waldemir's for lunch the next day, and then we'll go over to Hershey Park, and then hop over to Cedar Point and Kings Island. Waldemir's on the way home. You know, I love the just the best region you can possibly. Yeah, so this year what I'm gonna do. So we're doing a week in Cedar Point in July, and around that, in that vicinity. So it's like a 14-day vacation. Around the 5 days at Cedar Point, we're gonna do Hershey Park, and we're gonna do Kings Island and and Cedar Point while we're in Ohio, in that while we're in that region. But also on the way back and on the way there, we're gonna do Six Flags New Jersey because I haven't been on the single rail there yet, Jersey Devil, and I want to wait till the tour is back up to kind of revisit the park. And then we're also gonna hit Hershey because yeah, same as you, I want to hit RMC World Wildcat. That looks like it could be amazing. And I mean, I'm an RMC guy. Like that's my choice. Steel Vengeance is my goat, and I don't see it changing anytime soon. And if it does change, it's probably gonna be an RMC that does it. Yeah, I have an 8-year-old daughter. She's awesome. She's just started playing Minecraft, and she definitely has that thing I have. She loves her sandbox games, creative sandbox games. Right now, it's Minecraft, and what's the other one the kids are always playing? I'm sure one of you guys knows. And there's like another game, a creative game that a lot of kids play. Roblox. That's what it was. A lot of loves Roblox, loves Minecraft, dabbled in Planet Coaster a little bit. But as we all know, Planet Coaster is a pretty complicated game. Yeah, Nobles is good too. Nobles is a great spot. Like if you're doing a road trip through Pennsylvania, doing parks, or even going up to Ohio or anything like that, Nobles is a great spot to stop at, ride a couple rides, maybe eat a picnic lunch, and get back on the road. Like absolutely, Baltimore's the same thing. Those two parks are great for that kind of just stop in, ride a couple rides, eat some lunch. Oh, absolutely, Donnie. That's a great park. I love Nobles. Yes, almost always. In fact, I can show you some of them right now. In fact, that's enough for the park. So, Blueheim, as most of you've probably seen, Steel Vengeance. Literally, I built Blueheim after getting home from riding Steel Vengeance for the first time. I rode Steel Vengeance opening year 2018, got home, started building Blueheim. This is a mixture of Intimidator 305 and Maverick. Like that's the kind of the genesis in my head. Arcadia Rising was so it wasn't really inspired by, but it was inspired by the concept art of the single rail coasters back when the T-Rex was the concept. Every time I do it, when I do an actual wooden coaster, it's going to be inspired by El Toro. And what I will do is instead of instead of saying this coaster is inspired by this ride, I'm going to make a ride inspired by this. Other than Blueheim, that was Steel Vengeance. Usually it's like, let's take a few rides. Wouldn't it be cool if we had a wooden coaster that went through the woods like Balderdash for the first half, but then had the drops of El Toro in the second half? Like that's how I kind of envision it in my head. But usually it's always the genesis. I go to, as a park nerd who just loves going park to park and doing that whole thing. One of my favorite things from this, as a Planet Coaster head and a coaster nerd, is to just go into the parks and just look around and be like, what do I wish was possible? Looking at, going to Cedar Point and looking at Dragster and going, that's a cool hill, but what if after you went down that 400-foot hill, it was a layout, and you do almost like what Stormrunner does, and then after the Stormrunner part wears off, oh, now we're gonna have a little bit of Maverick, and maybe some of these drops have that turn that you have at the bottom of 305. So yes, real life inspiration is a huge part of my work. I mean, my whole genesis of what I build is what I wish I could ride. Yeah, like, and I get it. Like, obviously, it would be incredibly inefficient to build a dragster with a 2-minute layout afterwards. But my way of getting around that is doing things like, for instance, World of Legends does not take place in 2022 or 2023. World of Legends takes place in the year 2377, which means I can invent things, reasons that technology has advanced to make that possible. So that's how I get around it. I love the simulation community of this game. You might think because I built 3,000 foot tall coasters that I don't value realism. Wrong. I highly value it. You know, there's a lot of stuff in this park that the realism community brought to the fold, and it's why it's here. The fact that all my rides have lockers outside of them, and seats to try on, and you know all the little these are things that the realism community came up with. Shops right outside the entrance, queues. You know, the queue line kind of having that feel that you'd get at a real one. You know, having your fast pass line, all that kind of nuances. You know, like I laugh and say like, you know, one of the funny things about XL is it has a transfer track. Yeah, I put a transfer track on XL. That kind of I love that stuff because my whole theory is it kind of my formula is if you're the crazier you go, the taller the drop, the more insane the concept. Those little touches of realism can make it just have a certain level of gravitas, a certain level of suspension of disbelief that just makes it way more believable. And I like that to me is like that's where I pull from the realism community. But I always try to push the limits of that because that's just you know it's just me. Even when I start with the intention of not doing that, it always evolves into that. But you know, there's a reason why, and you know what? It doesn't always benefit me. Like we were talking about Tommy earlier, he doesn't give a crap about this, and sometimes that helps him. Sometimes that can be more cinematic to not be realistic. But for me personally, like I'm not building a coaster with a 1 minute straightaway that's great cinematically that has an incredible dark ride scene or well maybe dark ride because you know lift whatever. But from a layout perspective, I want what I build to feel like a roller coaster. Yeah, that's always been something I've loved doing. That goes back to Roller Coaster Tycoon 1. Like I've always loved playing around with like levels. Like how can I like you know, like the claw of this ride and having it, oh, it'd be cool if it came out of this lever up on top of here and that kind of thing. That goes back to like I don't know if any of you guys have had this as a coaster nerd, dreaming about coasters that obviously don't exist. You have dreams about you know I'm looking up at a park and especially as a kid because everything seems bigger as a kid and you five coasters intertwined with flat rides all over the place. I'm just walking through this supernatural, crazy concept of a park, and I try to capture that, you know, that kind of imagination that a lot of us have as kids. But yeah, that's always been. Oh, pause it so we can. We have 5 minutes to start the new POV. So I'm gonna get 2,000 guests in the park, and then I'm gonna open up everything in film. See how the queue's coming. Because the reality is, so this is a consequence of making, like, as a coaster nerd, like the game does not need your queues to be this long, obviously. But anybody who's been to parks, like we all know how long the queues are in terms of, especially themed queues. Like you're gonna have a lot of pathing because these in real life 2 hour lines are a thing, especially in the U.S. So I like my lines really long, but in order to make that work in video, you gotta film. So what I'll do is I'll open my park and only have 1 or 2 rides open until the line fills up, and then I'll open up everything else in film. As you can see, it's starting to fill up now. But I'm always trying to advance, yeah, to the realism thing. I'm always trying to up my game when it comes to meeting realism standards in my mind. Like it's got, if I'm doing a 3,000 foot drop, there has got to be some mechanism that explains it. Like it can't just be, oh, it's you know, it's not supposed to be realistic. No, it's got to be okay. It's not like yes, that is not possible now. But the reason that the support structure is like this is because now we have new metals that allow the supports to be spread out further, or you know, the reason it can do a 3,000 foot drop is because we have a new kind of not a full on mask, but we have a device that allows you to breathe properly when going that fast and not get stuff in your eyes or whatever. You know, we can build this high because we have new metals and alloys that are resistant to friction, and we have, you know, 2377, we have robots doing the maintenance. You know, that kind of thing where I need to have a story behind why these science fiction fantasy sort of concepts exist. Like, why? How does that work? I need a reason, even if I don't write it down or put it in the park itself. In order for me to be okay with it, I need that. Okay, I think the queue's filling up. We can open up everything else. Especially being I have 2 minutes to start this recording. Open up everything else. So I'm not sure how long this one's going to be. Because of, we're going to let it fill up again. Let the park finish filling. For a minute. Gotta be careful. Do I have Cheat Engine open? But it's probably not running. Okay, now I have Cheat Engine going. Gotta get Cheat Engine ready so I can do this easily. See, I'm tempted to actually go even. In fact, I think I'm going to. I'm going to go with an even slower record speed on this one. So normally, I'll show you guys what I do. So this is my record speed I'm playing around with. So when I did, so this would be 1/10 speed. Way too fast for me. 0.05 is what I did for Zayden. You know, that's 1/20th speed. But this is a 2-minute ride. 1/20th would still not be enough time during work, so I might as well go 0.025 so that when I get down, it's done. It's not going to hurt for it to be higher FPS. I'll tell you that right now. Will not hurt. But we're not going to hit go on that until we're at a good spot in the ride, because it will take an hour to get to that spot. Let's let the park fill up just a little more. I want to make sure we got people. Okay, there's people on the path now. We're good. We gotta let it run for a minute. Gonna be a minute late back to work, but what are you gonna do? Sorry, Mom. Family business. Hopefully she's not watching. I'll get yelled at for that. That's another reason why I can do what I do, is the business I work in. Having a home business means that I spend most of my day working with my wife, and when my daughter gets home, I'm home. Which means that when work's out, I can spend time in the games and not have it be a problem. Big reason I'm allowed to, another reason I'm allowed to do what I do. I mean, I forget the word allowed. It's a big reason why I can do what I do and have it not take a toll on my family. That would be a more leveled approach to what I'm saying. I just want to make sure that, you know, I got some of these rides running. Okay, there we go. It's running now. So that's good enough. We can sit in. We can at least get in the seat now. Slow the speed so we're not. We want to get on one that's just pulling into the station. That's only has 2 anyways. I'm used to XL having like 6 cars. Audio doesn't really matter on this kind of recording, so we can leave that. Hit apply. We're gonna go. Just gotta let it do its thing. Those off. Turn the speed hack off for a second. I want to make sure that's not. Shit. Run. No, it's good. It's just not playing yet. Okay, I just wanted to make sure those were functioning. Good. I don't have time to fix that. Leave this here. Okay, guys, I'm still gonna be streaming this because apparently some of you enjoy this. Pull myself off of here. Once this little corner piece drops off, I'm gonna hit record. And you can watch another slow motion recording for you. I will be back on in a voice capacity probably around 6:30. That's Eastern US time. Oh, I'm already 3 minutes late to go back though. I just gotta wait for that window to disappear. Which just unfortunately takes a hell of a long time when you're playing at 0.025 speed. Come on. somewhat back for a moment.